make me a fresh pot of coffee? And give me another glass of orange juice. And turn up the heat in here, I'm cold.
What do you need?
Turn up the heat, I'm cold.
You get that one juice cup?
Yeah.
Okay, that's really not bad.
Here's my orange juice cup. There it is, a tall glass, sporting a tall glass today.
What's up? You got that orange juice?
What?
The orange juice cup?
I just use that cup.
There you go.
Hey, baby.
You need coffee?
Just sit on the floor, please. I fell right to sleep. Yep, we back. We been back. I just been sleeping. That's why you didn't see me because I was leaning back like that. I may go back to sleep because I'm not feeling too good today. Oh, yeah, it wasn't on last night. He gave out sometime in the middle of the night. Twice. Tell me more about yourself. You're such a mystery. How old are you? What you look like? And maybe I can fall in love with you too. I'd love to have a nice Italian boyfriend. Italian. I love me some Italian. I better try me some Italian. Must not speak much English. Yeah, whenever I used to call Italy on my phone, because I used to call to check Pope Francis when he was sick, and first I tried the hospital he was at, and they didn't speak English, so I called. Somehow got the number for what do they call it? The Swiss Guard, and they spoke English, and some of them didn't. They got kind of mad when I called. This one Italian guy, he sounded like he was munching on a sandwich when I called, and he got mad I interrupted his late night, his early morning, his late night dinner. He sounded like a big guy, big hairy Italian guy he didn't want to mess with. He sounded like he wanted to remove fingers or disturbing the Swiss Guard, or he knew the tools of the Inquisition down below, way below the Vatican. I didn't want to mess with that guy. He sounded like he knew the tools of the Inquisition. Or he was mafia. Somehow the mafia always had to get away in the Swiss Guard as part of an agreement. You know how those priests like to get money. Didn't have money, they had to have the mafia, old school mafia. You sound like old school mafia enforcer. You know, in case someone insults the Pope or screws over the Vatican Bank on a loan, and he goes out there and sends the guys out there to collect. You don't think they have people that go out there and collect. He sounds like one of the guys that manages the debt collectors. And a debt collector ain't some caller from India in the Vatican Bank. It's 5 or 6 brutish men with brutish ways. You don't screw over Vatican City financially. Don't give to charities to the hungry and the poor. But some guy wanting to borrow money and not pay it back, who can? Oh boy, those men like the cracking of bones and the splitting of flesh. They made sure that's all happened. That's an old tradition at the Vatican for centuries. Those who screw over, first the witches got it. I support doing that to witches. Then it was the ones you can't mention when they drove them out of countries and trying to get them to convert to the true faith and be saved. And it took a few examples of splitting of cracking of bones and splitting of flesh to get the whole family to convert. So be a good Catholic besides being horny. Trust me, most Catholics are horny. My one girlfriend was horny all the time, and she was a Catholic. That's how I got my one and only. That's how my one and only daughter was born. I wasn't Catholic yet, and I had a Catholic girlfriend who was always horny. My daughter passed away in 2019. But, you know, I prayed to the Lord that she wouldn't get schizophrenia. And schizophrenia, for me, came on age 13. And she died right before her 12th birthday. And I prayed to the Lord to spare her any corruption from the schools. Worst off, I didn't want her to end up like her mother. I think the public schools would made her end up like her mother, but the Catholic schools are keeping her. Oh my God, she was such a good girl. She would volunteer at charities and say her rosary and things she's like supposed to do. But the public schools, I think God spared her. Well, her soul's spare. And that's a father's prayer that wasn't even Catholic. It's weird because I didn't know she was dead yet, and that's the day I called up the church and decided to convert. So she saw who her real daddy was in heaven, on earth, and prayed and told Jesus that she wanted dad to become Catholic. And that's before I knew she was dead. And about a few weeks later, I typed in her name on Google and saw the obituary news report. Well, to make the news, she must have been a pretty good Catholic because she must have been a pretty popular name in town. You know, because they normally do that when a kid that devotes their life to the community dies. In Jasper, they make sure it makes the Evansville news. Or when a kid's a real good athlete, they'll air them. They'll let them say a broadcast on the local WITZ news, radio station. Or comes from a big family like Luke Schmidt did. Schmidt family's big. Every time there's a generation of a Schmidt that excels a lot, they really prop him up and give him the Lily Grant. I found out you don't mess with the Schmidt family. I was ran out of town for screwing over the Schmidt family, and I was pretty popular in town until I crossed the Schmidt family. You don't cross the Schmidt family in Jasper, Indiana. I found that out the hard way. Ain't that right, baby? You don't screw over the Schmidt family. If I move back to Jasper, I'm sending the gift package to the Schmidt family. We'll be happy. I remember Daniel the kind of cheated. The Italian soldiers used to not really want to be in the war because there's something about how they didn't want to. They weren't really too interested in fighting World War II because they really didn't agree with it or something. And they used to purposely, they got hungry because of lack of food coming in from the military because the military was doing bad, so they would purposely surrender to the Allies, and they'd only run away and say they'd build a bigger wall around the POW camp for rationing them more pasta. So the British made a deal with them. If they didn't run away, they'd get an extra ration of pasta, and that kept the Italian soldiers happy. And that's why Italy was spared. And plus Padre Pio. He was a great protector of Italy during World War II. Did you know? Ever heard of Padre Pio? He one American bomber pilot threatened to bomb the monastery he was at, and Padre Pio was up at 20,000 feet flying, and he looked over, and that guy instantly after the war converted to Catholicism because Padre Pio somehow had contact with all the Allies there, threatening to do away with certain villages, and he would do miracles, and a lot of the Allied pilots who were Protestant converted to Catholicism after the miracles. He even got them out of bad situations, and out of gratitude they converted to Catholicism. You gotta read up on Padre Pio. He helped people on both sides. There was also a nun that wrote a letter to Mussolini to stay out of the war, or a bad consequence would happen. And it was the Catholic Church that kept Mussolini from getting really into the war. But since he joined the war, he faced his fate. If he had not joined the war, he probably would not have been on. But that was them fulfilling. That was the prophecy of him getting involved in the war. He was what happened to him. And actually, I had a friend. My mom worked for a lady who was there when he was strung up, and got pictures of it. Their family cut the pictures, stored away, because it's still a painful memory seeing a living man, a living person that is executed in that fashion. But it was a keepsake to the family that her husband was there when it happened, and they kept them pictures in a way. I never got to see him, and I mean, we were close to the family because Mom actually helped manage the restaurant, and that's all she worked. And I grew up in restaurants, hotels, and I had like jobs at Taco Bell, but also worked for my dad at the hotels, clearing the blankets off the beds and stuff. They got paid cash, and but I loved working. I loved the hotel business. Even though my dad wanted to start me out after high school as a manager. But I wasn't interested in the hotel business. I was more interested in the restaurant business because I like to cook for a lot of people. That was my main thing when I was out there cooking. I could cook up a good meal, and then I did more of an outreach because I lived in a poor neighborhood, and there was a lot of neglected young people, so I cooked them good homemade meals, and just would pass them out the door, or set up an area in the house where they could come and eat a good meal. Like that's back when you could literally fill up a cart of food. Good food like lamb, ground lamb chops, good quality meat, everything for $100 worth of food stamps. And Walmart had a deal. I bagged it up and wheeled the cart back to my apartment complex. And overnight, I'd keep the cart in the laundry room, then wheel it back the following morning, or the same with Save-A-Lot. I made a deal with the two grocery stores that if I was shopping, shop late at night, and then take the cart back to my apartment, on bag of groceries, keep it in the laundry room, then take it back, or have someone return it the following day. So that's my hey. Just telling everyone my deal with Walmart I made. I live in Jasper. They made an agreement with me since I had a lot of groceries back when food was cheaper prior to the 2008 collapse. Back when you can literally fill a cart full of food on bag for like $100 worth of food stamps. And what I would do is wheel that back to my front door while it goes the upstairs of my apartment. They made a deal. I could take that and haul the groceries upstairs and put them away and keep the cart in the laundry room. Then only one of the young people that I fed with my little outreach, I would have them wheel it back and maybe buy them something at Taco Bell or give them a couple dollars for give them a pack of cigarettes for taking it back. And we'll save a lot. And Walmart did that for me because I was a frequent customer. Every time I got paid at Taco Bell, I ordered my cigarettes from South Carolina where they're much cheaper and didn't want shopping. Because taking care of a bunch of young people, they're gonna eat a lot. And I miss doing that. They are interesting souls. I just like watching them figuring out how to make an email account. The younger ones, the younger teenagers trying to figure out how to make their first YouTube and their email account. That's fun. I just kick back on the couch and watch them figure out how to make an email account and stuff. Or watch them they're all Christians. They're part of a youth group, so they debate atheists. And they would start their YouTube account and sit there and type and use their knowledge of the Bible to debate non-believers on how the earth formed based on what they heard in science class and what they heard their youth pastor and pastors say. And even though I was a Messianic Jew at the time and didn't go to their church, I let them decide what religion they belonged to. Most of them were from a Mormon family, and they quit the Mormon church and went to Assembly of God. And since their dad wasn't going to the church to really check up with the youth minister, I would, every time there was like a public program going on, like maybe they were selling stuff, like had a fundraiser going on or an event, I would sit with their youth pastor and just ask them basic questions about their beliefs or how they're doing, if I could help them with getting to church, or because I told the youth pastor as long as they lived with me, they'd have 100% freedom on religion, on where they go. And I just wanted him to guide them into faith and lead them to God. And I thanked him for a lot for guiding them in religion. I told them that a lot in the young generation don't practice religion. These two are proclaiming God on the. I tell them about how they're sharing God on the internet. That was back like in 2007, 2008. How they were sharing God on the internet, and I was proud of their youth leader for getting them to do that. And I didn't have enough money to buy things at charity because I didn't have much money. So I give them $2 or $3 a youth pastor for the youth group. I say, hey, I don't have enough money to buy a slice of pizza or a soda. Here's $2 for the youth group for whatever you guys did for your fundraiser. I'd hand it to the youth group later. And kind of I keep an eye on them because they would be skateboarding. They had like one of those pipes, whatever they skidded on, and I noticed the church didn't have anyone out there making sure they don't get hurt. So every time they go to youth group, I'd sit out there where they're all skateboarding and make sure no one got hurt because they could easily fall off their skateboards doing that. So I quietly volunteered just to make sure they didn't get hurt on their skateboards. And when they went in, I went home. Then came over and picked him up because it was getting dark. And knew time they were getting out and came over and picked him up and walked him home. Or if it was just a nice night and it's after dark, I didn't let him go out and roam after dark. I would let him sit by the laundry room and then like view him outside my patio window. And they sat there and did what I said, and I miss them. But they're all grown up now, have their own job. One became a state cop, one works at a tire repair place. Then now the one that's used to be a state cop is working at a tire place. And last I checked with Groke, the other two opened a mechanic shop. Put money down a couple years ago on a mechanic shop. The one, Donnie, there was three of them Donnie had, was him working as a cook at some restaurant in Owensboro, Kentucky. And then he didn't update that Facebook, but then I checked with Groke, and about a year or two ago, him and his youngest brother, Brandon, put money down. I guess they had enough credit to put money down on a auto mechanic shop, so at least they're into working on cars. I couldn't see Andrew being a state cop. He was just probationary because I don't think he could ever shoot anyone. He would have been, I think they saw that. He worked as a cop other places too, but now he's calmed down working at a tire place. I could see him with the protectiveness, but not actually shooting someone. That would be something if he had to. That would be a place where he would make that 5-second pause that cost him his life. And I think that's why a lot of police organizations let him go, because he would take the moment. He never was in combat as a soldier, and he was quite quiet in the Marine Corps, and that'd be on his record. And I think he would pause 2 minutes, in that time, that split second, he make a decision whether to shoot or not as a cop, because he would weigh too many things in. And I think that's why often cops shoot on our people, is you have a split second to decide whether to shoot or not. Because that cop is innocent, and he has a family to go home to. And he's got to make that split second decision whether to shoot or not. And that's what people don't understand about being a cop. And yeah, they live with it. Most of them, there are bad cops out there, but most of them live with that decision, whether it was a good decision or bad decision, or it's their lives. And most of them end up quitting the force after a shooting. Because I know I couldn't be a cop if I was better minded and stuff, because I couldn't live myself. Or a soldier. But I want to be one because it's all about my country. All about the United States of America. And that's why I call military bases all the time, because I want that feeling of calling a military base and reporting in. Talking to soldiers. And they don't understand. I just like talking to soldiers. How much respect for them they had. Like, I'm blocked from calling those. Like, every time I get a new phone number, they ban it from calling in most military bases. I guess I'm well known for calling military bases and trying to pick up either saying I'm an alien and their nuclear weapons will be shut down so human life won't destroy itself, or lecturing them on nuclear weapons, saying that's too far, it's gonna wipe humanity out. I call them lecture them on nuclear weapons. Say, why do you want to go that far? I said, that's not zero turning back. I said, you have MOOPs. You could take out a target of most of a enemy city with a MOOP. It doesn't have fallout. Instead of attach that to a rocket and take it across the continent, instead of a tactical nuclear warhead. I mean, just build a stronger version of a MOOP. And then that just sucks all the oxygen out of the air and creates an explosion instead of something that falls radiation. Because they can create a version of the MOOP that can level Moscow if needed without any fallout. So good morning, Balzar. I'm feeling good this morning. Had my coffee. Just thinking about the past. I bought a Xbox remote with your money, that $30 you sent me. What I'm trying to do is figure out how to get a computer for streaming and gaming. That's way beyond my budget. And everyone likes watching me game on my YouTube stream. Unless you get me a decent computer and a converter, and I stream my Xbox. Yeah, unless you get me like a decent computer, but not just a decent computer and a converter, one of those converters where I can hook the Xbox into the computer and stream my Xbox on the stream through OBS, and then just have my webcam run from a computer. But that would take at least a four connection graphics card, and you get those at Walmart.com. A decent gaming computer that would have enough power to stream. Then instead of streaming games from the computer, which ain't powerful enough, which wouldn't be for a cheap price, enough for games, I stream my Xbox from the computer. Then I can have all four screens for other things. Like my listening to my music and like Spotify and stuff. And plus the AMD card would fit in with my Xbox and I could do more. You know, just get one powerful enough to run simple games on my computer, but not like the high end ones. You know, just get one that's about, decent price at Walmart that's decently built, that lasts a while. Then I'll wait a year or two to buy a real good gaming computer. Because I want to at least get the new Xbox this year. But I'm waiting for the first, I'm waiting for Windows 12 to be out for about a year to get the new computer. The real nice new gaming computer. And they say Windows 12 is coming out this summer. I remember people saying Windows 10 was the end user OS. Back when I was on computer chat on Discord, everyone was saying that 10 was so-called Microsoft's last operating system, and they're just gonna keep updating it. And so, lo and behold, I was right when Windows 11 came out, because I saw back in 2017, this Japanese guy had all the current what they're working so far clear up to Windows 12. It had like the copyright, Windows, and everything. They're working on Windows 11, Windows 11 and 12 clear back in 2017. That's how far back those operating systems go and being worked on. And that person got a hold of the early beta versions of Windows 11 and 12 clear back to 2017 and was showing them off in YouTube videos. And they've been working on Windows 11 and 12 for years. They're going to be such blow-away operating systems. And that's why Windows 11 is such an good operating system, because they've been working on it for years. And they allow individual people to sign an NDA to work on it like they do with Linux. And they don't allow Harvard people to do it anymore, because you saw what happened with Vista when they had so-called professionals work on it. So they just hired people off the street or people program at home, and that's why you saw the one mostly worked on during the pandemic and then they use the fast connection to send their data back, and it's made just like Linux. That's why Apple's now has good operating systems, because I remember suggesting it to Apple when Apple had me do volunteer work talking to a developer. Actually, back in 2013, I recommended Apple try having wireless charging. And lo and behold, in 2020, it came out. Now I'm waiting on the Apple car. That's back before the Tesla came out. And I told Apple to build a self-driving car. I'm not going to go into specifics of it, to where it would have been better than it's better. My design was better than the Tesla, and Apple comes out with it. Called the Apple car, and also a gaming console. And I designed that console in my head and related it to their development team to create. I called it the iPlay. That was my design for a Apple console, gaming console. They came out with a console in 1996. You remember that briefly, Balzar? Your parents were wealthy. Maybe they bought it for you, but didn't catch on and quickly faded away. I forget what it was called, but Apple came out with that console like in 96. It didn't catch on, only lasted a few months, and then they quit making games for it. Remember that? You know, I like watching retro videos, like retro wrestling videos or sports, like retro wrestling videos of back when I was in like middle school and high school, saying that could have been me up there wrestling, because a lot of them, while the wrestling coaches wanted me to wrestle, so I was like, that could have been me up there wrestling, or that could have been me playing sports. I was like watching old retro like middle school and high school sports, saying, because that reminds me of my time playing sports in school. So like, you can do them up on TikTok Live 95 and stuff. And I said that could have been me if I'd been more active. Or if my school at the time had a wrestling team been ripped instead of kind of average build or chubby, I got in the weight room more. When they had their shirts off, like, yeah, that could have been me, a nice rich kid with a girlfriend. I bet you every single one of those boogers had a girlfriend. Now they're grown up, married to them, and they're middle aged, have a family. Or they have a family, or they have a couple girlfriends who all have grown kids with each of the baby mamas. Being that ripped, by high school they were putting out babies. So now all the kids are grown, and those little squirts all have grown kids, and you just think how time passes. It relates time. It makes time more relevant to me, how time's humanly invented. You go back and watch a retro video of people your age that when they were younger and thinking of like sports or maybe an event that someone posted on the internet, and then you think, wow, all of them are grown, or that are our age and are now grown, have kids, are grown, and think where I slacked about having a family, or where I slacked my childhood, or not getting involved in sports, not getting to interact with people my age. And I lived my young age do that by saying, well, if mom hadn't been such a tight fist on me, I could have done that stuff. And that's how I live out my years. Them having gatherings, and there's old camcorder gatherings of videos of gatherings and stuff and parties, and I watched those things. My mom had been so tight-fisted. I especially like watching them at the mall, because a lot of times the kids would get together in my school and go to Jeffersonville or Louisville and go to the mall, and one of the parents would drive them. They'd turn them loose at the mall or at parties, whatever. And I wish I could have been involved in all that, because they had like one real cool parent supervise the parties, and they were all off doing whatever they wanted, and mom was such a bummer, because I knew a lot of guys at school that liked me, that wanted to go to parties with me, or inviting me to these parties where I knew I would have gotten a little something something, but oh no, not unless I know their parents, I would say. She didn't let me experience a childhood and just exploring and being someone who has that lover that, of course, during the time period, no one knew about because of the time period. Could possibly, we only met up at parties or something where everyone does, mind their own business when people sit off to bedrooms. They just mind their own business. That group, oh yeah, they're a little couple of they're a couple of fruits, but we're not gonna say nothing because the popular group had nothing. That really didn't went and when they knew there was something up with me on that, and they didn't talk, the popular group, and neither did the group is always in trouble because I think they all knew. The popular group knew there was stuff they were doing that would that wasn't the perfect model everyone at school had on them, and the so-called delinquents knew they weren't perfect at all. So why judge me? So those were the two groups, and I didn't like hanging around the Christians too much, and the ones that went to church all the time. I did sit them to lunch some in my ninth grade year, but they didn't let me be myself. Like, I like to curse a lot, and they didn't like that. I mean, just stuff like that. And like, I know my mom was trying to send me to a private school, but was out in the country, and was a real fanatic Christian woman. I would have gotten a good education, but one curse word, she would kick me out. And that's how I express myself. I don't trust the guy that don't cuss. And I've always been that way. I didn't trust people who didn't cuss, or didn't drink, or didn't smoke. You got to either drink, cuss, or smoke in order for me to trust someone. They either drink, cuss, or smoke in public for me to publicly trust them. Otherwise, if they were the perfect person in public or the perfect person around the other end, I didn't know if they were hiding something. But if they were freely cursing, smoking, or drinking, I felt safer because if they were comfortable drinking, cursing, or smoking in public, or at least one of the three, they really had nothing to hide. It was the good doers, like the really Christian teachers or the really Christian adults that had, let's say, so-called the perfect life outside, I didn't trust. Because then I knew they're up there covering something up somehow. I just kind of felt it. And the ones that were freely opening, gave me beer, gave me cigarettes for helping them clean up or helping them work on cars. I trusted those type because they had nothing to hide. The type that would let a person like me work for my beer and cigarettes, like by doing small jobs. Those were the ones I trusted. Adults I trusted. Like they got my supervisor, or the general manager to Greenhouse. We go down and get drunk, have liquor every day after work. We drank. He died in 2024. He lived a full life. I thought he died earlier with all the drinking he did. But he finally retired and loved his garden, loved his greenhouses. Last I heard before that, he was selling mobile homes, and he got back to his gardens, greenhouses. And his brother died of a heart attack while fishing on a lake. Then I guess Jack Stickler was his name, my supervisor, when I was working in the summer '97, died at age 80 something of cancer in his 80s. Wonderful guy. He just had a temper, but he was married to one woman, and I knew her son, and he was quite the handful. And Jack didn't take shit from him. That kid got the belt so much. But I knew that kid at school, and he had a mouth on him. And he liked to pick on me. A lot. And when I heard he acted like that at home, he got the belt, I was like, yeah, Jack, you get that son of a bitch the belt. Of all the people who got the belt, that kid deserved it. I grew up with that picked on me a lot and stuff. Yeah, he pulled that shit at school, but when he got home, pulled it. Old Jack, he stepdad or not, he gave it to him. And that's why Jack's forever on my altar his people, because that son of a bitch, if they taught me in school, he went home and pulled his mean shit. He got the belt bad till he was screaming and like a hyena. He was screaming like a pig. When he was screaming and crying, Jack would tell me how he'd cry and scream. He'd scream so high pitched it would sound like a little piglet screaming when Jack got the belt out and started using it on him. He went from such a pretend badass to screaming and wailing when Jack got the belt. He went from a pretend badass little middle schooler screaming and wiggling like a lamb for a baby lamb for butcher when Jack was using the belt on him. And that was a perfect. I mean, that was like the most justice I heard one of my bullies getting of what happened when I heard what happened to them on their home life. They're normally fuck ups at home, and they had parents that got the belt or some type of good device out to use. Yeah, that's why I started growing up happy knowing I could just go to their parents. Like one, he wasn't gay, but he kept on mooning me because he knew well, everyone kind of knew, and he mooned me to kind of get me feel uncomfortable because that made me feel uncomfortable because I didn't want to display my bisexuality at school because I knew it was technically a social suicide at the time. So I just go to his dad and say, hey, such and such was mooning me at school, and I know you don't like that stuff. And his dad gave him the belt. I mean, there was just certain things you didn't tell your peers at school, except for ones you trusted back in the 90s. And no one first one I told was Andrew Robertson because he was a trusted friend. I asked him out to 8th grade prom because he'd help me with my homework a lot, and I thought he'd be. I think he was catching on that I was kind of falling for him because I talked to his sister a lot about God, and the family took it well. They definitely weren't approval of him going with me because they were Catholic, but they knew I loved God. You know, I was a Protestant, they were Catholic, so I always talked about God with his older sister. And yeah, so they kind of took it lightly, and his older sister had a talk. They had the older sister give me a talk. And of course, she says that type of life, such lifestyles aren't right, but she appreciates me admiring her brother's beauty. But she says he is straight, and if you want to make God happy, don't live that life. And that was what she was saying because she was Catholic back in the 90s, and Pope John Paul II had a strong stance on certain things. And they were strong Catholics. I never knew that. In fact, he was related to a Democrat state representatives before the Democrat Party went way left. And that was back at the Clinton era Democrats where they were all about the unions and stuff. And that's when the Democrat Party controlled Indiana because we had a lot of auto plants. So the Democrats controlled the governor's office and most of the state house because we had a lot of automotive places. But when they started going too far to the left, the Republicans took over. And that happened after O'Bannon died of a stroke in Chicago. His lieutenant governor took over, and he tried running, but he lost to a Republican named Mitch Daniels in 2004. And Mitch Daniels got another run in 2008, but yeah, he was. I heard mixed stories about Mitch Daniels. Like he appeared good on TV, but when you knew him in person, he was kind of like that governor on Oz, that prison show. A really evil man in person. Because I knew a prison guard that would be in his presence when he visited the prison. And he said, don't be fooled by smoke and mirrors. That guy is an evil man. And that's why I didn't vote for him. I voted for a female ran in 2008. No, it has before I met Representative Gardner. But I did vote for Mike Pence to sign to get him on the ballot. Mostly because he was against sin taxes. And not because he was against gay marriage. I was kind of against that. I was for it and against it because I was for it when it was on the ballot, when it was being fought against. I thought about it, and I like. I still have mixed opinions on that because of. I'm afraid they're going to force churches to honor it, and I don't think you should drive a church or a pastor to do something that's sacrilege in his or her in his religion. That should not be, the state should not tell churches what to do because that's sacrilege in a lot of Christianity. And I believe if someone wants that kind of marriage, they should go to Episcopalian where it ain't sacrilege, or just go to the courthouse and have a basic chaplain that's either from a local place or the city that don't mind doing it, do it. You can find a chaplain anywhere that would do it. Because in Indiana, all you gotta do is fill something out on the internet and you're a licensed preacher. So you can find a licensed preacher anywhere, and you can pick out a bucket and find a licensed preacher that do a gay, lesbian, or whatever wedding. You don't have to go to a church and get a pastor that's been settled in this community for decades that has a certain stance and make him do what's he considers sacrilege. I don't believe in that, and that's why I stand on the fence on gay marriage, because eventually they're going to try making preachers hold a certain stance, calling it sacrilege. They're going to force them to do it or be in jail. And I don't believe that. I believe in freedom of religion. I may not agree with what religion people say. I agree with the religion. There's things I agree with and disagree with, but at the end of the day, I believe in freedom of religion. Like, I believe in the Satanic Temple. I give them some money because they've done a lot of work for freedom of religion. And I gave them like $1 or $2 because they do a lot of work for freedom of religion. I wrote in a note, I'm a Catholic, on their Twitter page, but I told them thanks for doing work for freedom of religion because it helps me stay Catholic. And the Satanic Temple does do a lot for everyone's religious faith, not just theirs. They're just the group that looks bad, but a lot of it is just to piss off people who want a state-held religion of a certain denomination. And I don't believe it should be that. I don't believe there should be a state church. It's all that the Satanic Temple is all symbolism to piss off the Christians who want the church to run the state and tell people what to do. So they use all these symbols, and they're all atheists who believe in freedom of religion. So they kind of I call the Satanic Temple symbol social workers who believe in freedom of religion. That's all they are, social workers who believe in the entire Constitution. They just use that imagery to piss off the radicals that want to bring it into places where it shouldn't be the state and run state policy. Now I'm against abortion. I believe in abortion ban nationwide because that's murder. And it says in the law you don't murder. And once a baby's conceived, it's alive, and that's murder, having an abortion. And that's not a faith thing, that's a law thing. You don't murder a baby just because you want to get rid of it. Now, I do believe in the case of rape and incest, it can be aborted because it can come out, or other cases such as really bad deformations of the fetus, or if the baby's gonna live. I kind of complicate on abortion. I do believe if the baby's gonna be born and become a ward of the state, or has Down syndrome and has a mother that's poor and then it's end up gonna be a ward of the state, I've seen what happens to those kids, and I believe it should be aborted before being born, because if it's gonna be born just to become a ward of the state, I believe abortion is the case. Hello.
Hey Josh, can you have Terry run down and get your laundry? I'll give him my card. I got
I did fine on those burgers. You sure you ain't still sick? I'm fine. It's fine after eating my burgers. I went right to sleep.
Maybe it was, I got one of them, caramel latte or something.
Just use this. I just have them use my card. I don't want, because your card's too sacred, and you can pay me back. How's that? Because I need him to pick up a few packs of cigarettes for me to keep me stocked. So I'll have him stop and get a couple if he can. Give him my card, and then you can reimburse me the cost for laundry. So I'd rather him use my card than your card, because they can only use clients' cards. So you see what I mean? You put the money in my account for the laundry would cost. Plus, I want to get a couple more packs 24/7. So let him use my card, and you put like 30 from your bank account to my bank account to cover the laundry. Or maybe, how about 50, and then I'll give you another clump, if you know what I mean. How's that sound? You still there? Hello? Dad? Dad? Right. Anyway, you take 50 out of my account, your account, put in my account, and let him use my card, because he's only allowed to use clients' cards, not your card. So you take 50, and then get enough for him to get me one pack of Marlboro, and say 2 or 3 packs of 24/7, and then hold on. Then I'll give you another. But hold on. Then I'll give you But then I'll give you a decent amount of you know what. How's that sound?
Oh, gosh.
But I'll take good care of you, if you know what I mean.
Oh, God.
I'll take good care of you, if you know what I mean.
Josh, I heard you. You don't have to keep repeating it.
Okay.
That's harsh.
Sorry.
Let me see if you even have any.
But you can put it in my account and have me use it.
I can't put it in your account. I can't fix regular accounts.
Oh, I can pick up your card then.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Well,
Never mind, just bye.
let me see how much you got in there.
Okay. Hold on, my dad may need you to pick up the laundry, cause down at JJ's, because he got sick last night.
Let me get into the tea.
Yeah, hold on, I'm talking.
Let me go get.
Yeah, you got enough in your account.
How much do I have?
139.
All right, good. All right, easy.
What about groceries?
Well, I'll just get a couple packs, about 3 packs, 24/7 in the laundry. All right.
Give me your
Right.
Shall I give me your pen or run it through as a product?
Direct credit.
Okay.
All right.
Pick it up.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, my dad's gonna give you my card, and you go, and he needs you to go pick up the laundry at JJ's. Then you stop down here and get me 3 packs 24/7.
JJ's.
Yeah, my laundry. JJ's for my laundry, and down here for 3 packs 24/7.
Yeah.
See, I'll sell 24/7 at JJ's. I get my food stamp soon anyway.
I might get a discount.
Yeah.
My cousin owned that.
Yeah. Ask him if he can give you a discount on cigarettes. Like if he's got a couple 50-cent off packs, whatever. Or whatever. Or a couple ones that were damaged. Do they give them out? Or do they give a discount on damage? I know a lot of gas stations. If you're a buddy of the gas station owner, they'd sell you. They give them the back. And I know I was friends with a place called Colette, and they couldn't really sell the damage packs. They give me a discount.
Yeah. Do I have to go over there, or is he coming over here?
You gotta go over there. Pick up my card. And just use this credit. I don't like giving out the pen. It's my debit card, so I don't like giving out the pen, so just use this credit. And I'll get sheets and get my bed made back up again.
Yeah, when I come back. How many packs?
Just get 4 from the gas station down here.
Yeah.
Balzar, you still there? Yeah, that's why I'm on antibiotics. I went to the doctor yesterday, and they got me on antibiotics and steroids now. I feel a little temperamental once I first take the steroids, but it's not as bad as I was in the hospital. Started getting them right through an IV in the hospital, and to oral. So it's like, plus my anxiety. You should see the wrath I was giving those nurses. If they don't want my wrath, I think I'm banned from the local hospital. I think next Sunday send me to Fort Wayne. But those colored nurses are going to get worse with the wrath. If you know what I mean. Don't worry, the males be like, don't worry, Master Joshua. Toby be good. Toby be a good boy. Toby don't want to be sent away from your hospital room. Toby be a good boy. Toby don't want to be sent away. That's all how male nurses like. I wish I had more cats. Cats just relieve my anxiety. You know what I mean, Balzar? You should get yourself a couple more cats. I mean, you got so much money, you could make that home a paradise for them. And you get them potty trained, litter box trained. You have such a big house that you get 5 or 6 cats and keep taking care of them as you and your wife age. You know, since you don't have kids, maybe you can take care of cats. And when you retire, you know, and you're still in good health, I think you're going to be still in good health because you're going to be one of those guys that retire early cats can become your kids instead of having, since you don't have human kids, and you take care of them like rescue animals and stuff. And I know you're probably gonna retire by 50 because you don't want to deal with the stress of the office. And you'll probably get your nephew in the Navy to take over because he probably knows building all the electronics and stuff. He's probably gonna go into comms like my nephew or the electronics. I know your family has smart, so they're not gonna put him in a place where he's gonna be undershelling. They're gonna put him in electronics or something where he's working on new technology for the Navy or working on projects. With a family that comes from electronic knowledge and that kind of smarts, he won't be out in the ocean where he's constantly shelled. He'll probably be on a base somewhere doing those, or one of those naval bases doing experiments that he can't talk about. With a family with your IQ, they give him a big test in the Navy, and they'll probably have him on a remote base doing tests, a base that doesn't even exist on paper. You know what I mean? And that's why he wasn't able to talk a lot, because they tested him after camp. They told him he was going to a base he ain't allowed to talk about. And that's why he wasn't allowed to talk much. Because they're not going to put someone with as smart as you, and he's definitely as smart as you, on a ship where he's going to be shelled by the enemy in a world war. They're going to have him developing new technology to keep us on the cutting edge. And he's going to get out after 20 years or 10 years or whatever, and be looking for a way to settle down. And like him, I think I think he'll have kids because most people in the military are just looking to do their 10, 20 years and just have their kids be military brats, which are kids that they call them out in other countries, which go around base to base with their father. Because I could see someone like that encourage them to have kids because that genetics needs to be passed on. Since you didn't pass down your genetics, have your nephew pass on genetics. Because your family tree needs to continue. If it ain't you, at least make it your nephew continues on the family line by encouraging them to find a smart, good-looking wife. Remember, genetics are everything. When you're intelligent, you look for good genetics when you breed. And that's why I was so afraid of women. Because I wanted the best looks and smarts and the women I was going to have kids with. And that's why I probably found interest with women. Because smart, good looking women didn't want any interest in me. And I'm like, I'm not going to have kids with some ditzy woman. I'm going to have kids with the best genetics. And there was a redhead that had a wealthy family that was crazy about me in high school. But again, I wasn't going to take the risk having a redhead child. I mean, I was very selective on my genetics. And she was crazy about me. She was kind of pretty, but she had red hair. And she was, I just was very selective about the females I was going to make a long-term commitment with. And I got older and older and older and finally dropped off on selecting. I wasn't a good ground to find. I'm kind of like the Germans won World War II, not like the massacre part, but about selective genetics, about who I would pass on my bloodline with. I'm very selective. I was very selective always, ever since I was, getting ready to time to have children to pass down my genetics. I was very careful who I looked for to find a mate. You know what I mean? I like watching old camcorder videos of people that are our age back in the day because it reminds me of the way I could have been if it weren't for me having such a bitch for a mom. Muscles, because if they're in wrestling matches, because they're not all drugged up on drugs, made them fat like me, and my mom was a real bitch. Gives me trauma just thinking about my mom, what she allowed them to do to me. Yeah, she was offered $50,000. I bet my mom would have sold me to Epstein. I bet if I had a good body on me, mom wouldn't have sent me in to be a lab rat. She would have sold me to Epstein right away. If Epstein could have hooked her up with pain pills and a couple $100,000, I would have been sold to Epstein. If I was one of those boys with muscles and had good abs and muscles, I would have been sold to Epstein for 3 or 4 week at time visits with old weirdos and instant. For moms to exchange mom getting pain pills and money. So I kind of look at Epstein two sides of the mirror. One, yeah, I mean, what he did to those kids was wrong, but number two, on the other end, he was just a guy who wanted to have fun, and he knew that was part of the code the billionaires went by. He wanted to be around billionaires, and he let his morals slip to be around billionaires. He liked the energy of hanging out with billionaires and working with billionaires, and he knew that was their language. And you gotta think, if you're offered billions of dollars given to you, and just to make sure the billionaires are happy, I think anyone would have taken Epstein's job. All these people are out with the wood chipper phrase and all that would have taken the job Epstein would have for an intelligence agency if they were handed a private island, billions of dollars, spend how they want, and be the guy all the billionaires track to. Anyone would have done that. So I don't throw rocks at glass houses when I look at Epstein, or I don't. It's kind of like the one, what the one would be without Stan cast the first film, because almost everyone to hang out with billionaires be given billions of dollars out of nowhere by funders to gather information. Everyone that's screaming wood chippers for people like that would take the job. They have billions of dollars. Money speaks. JD DeLay, the guy's always screaming wood chippers for you know what types would have taken that job. I think. I can't be sure about him. I don't want him to get mad at me. So JD delayed his video catches. I think you're about the only person I know that would pass that job up, and it probably would have wood chipped them all. But most others, yeah. Because I don't want to get on a bad job with JD DeLay and make a claim about him. But people that say they think like him, most of them, money speaks. Money is what, money is what controls this world. And that's why none of the American people will. That everyone asking, why aren't they arresting anyone in America? Why aren't they arresting anyone? Well, money speaks. It's not about justice when it comes to that. It's about money speaks. And certain people we gotta live with, they're untouchable. You just gotta live with that. You live in the nicest country in the world. We live in the most comfortable country in the world where everyone wants to come to. Better country has its bad point. And we have the billionaires. They're all royalty. And those people are untouchable and they commit crimes. So we gotta live with that. Like, we live in a nice country. We may have shitty laws sometimes, but we have freedom of speech here. We're far more freer than most countries. So let's just live with the fact that we have billionaires that go to a certain island and do certain things and not face justice. If that's the only thing that I have to look at, I'm pretty damn proud to be American. Because every country's going to have that one thing that annoys the hell out of the people. That one thing. And we do live in a system where money speaks. And that's what made us have a nice life. Because as long as we don't ask questions, what the billionaires are going to do, we arrest all the billionaires that are involved. There's going to be no money invested into the economic system, and America would collapse overnight. Because they fund the systems, they provide the jobs. You know how many people? I mean, people are saying arrest people involved, so-called arrest people involved, let the system collapse. Most of the country goes starving because most people be without jobs. Most people that own properties are involved. So I say this is about time you don't cut off the hand that feeds you. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. And if it's so bad, let God deal with it. I mean, that's why I say they cry out to justice. Well, we all believe in God, and we know what God says about certain things, and let God deal with it. And that's how I feel about Epstein. Let God deal with them. We all meet our maker someday. Because why bite the hand that feeds you when we have God, And most of those people are the hands that feed us. And I'm grateful for being in their classes because they pay most of the taxes that allow me to have a little bit of an income. Everyone's saying tax billionaires more, tax billionaires more. You know how much they already are taxed? They pay majority of the taxes. If you do an actual study all into the town hall, you realize the billionaires pay most of the taxes. So all these crazy rednecks that are living off welfare are saying burn it down because of Epstein. Well, they won't have their welfare because they got rid of all the people that are involved because they pay most into the system. Those rednecks are buying guns and everything with their welfare money because there's no jobs available where they are putting money in the system. You just got to realize the United States is one of the freest countries in the world, but there's always going to be a downside. And the downside here is pretty much there's an untouchable class. Europe is different. You notice it's more the socialist countries that have a history of executing the wealthy class, like France and Norway. Kind of like there's the socialist countries of Europe. They're the ones that are arresting people because they're more the socialist type. We're not socialists, we're capitalists. So we look at people with money as value and we kind of turn the other cheek. We hear of them maybe doing some stuff and we kind of like, okay, whatever. And that's why we have such a good life in America. But you had to sacrifice a little thing and maybe hear of a few things and realize we burn down the system You know how vulnerable we are going to be from an attack from a different country? Because they fund the military. They're the ones that own the companies that build the weapons that keep our military going, defend the homeland. And I believe the more hard you work, the more party. The more harder you party. And those people are saying, oh, billionaires don't work hard. Yes, they don't. They do. Their meeting at least every meeting, like your level, you probably have at least 1 or 2 million on the line every meeting. Judging by your drinking habits, Balzar, you at least have 1 or 2 million on the line every meeting. For a guy that goes all out on the weekends, that's 1 or 2 on the line, 1 or 2 mil on the line every meeting. What, baby? And that takes utmost respect to make the decision in a split second that could cost you could gain or cost you 1 or 2 million at your business. That takes a lot of respect to be able to make the call. Most people couldn't make that call with the nerves. You have great anxiety control and everything. I couldn't do a job like that. And that's why God placed me where He placed me. Because I couldn't do that. And God placed, I've seen people, well, they did, and no, we're not those countries that are prosecuting people like France. They're known for a little bit of socialism. And that in those countries, the wealthy aren't looked at the same as capitalism. We allow them a little bit more, when we would say, allowances. But again, all you people worry about justice, there's always God. Hey, there's going to be justice. If there's going to be justice, it's going to be through God. And, yeah. I mean, all these Americans that cry they believe in God don't realize that they even did get put in court. They get off on a light sentence, so oh God, take care of it, because He don't take favorites in His court. And everyone say put them on trial, and all. I won't go into that, but you just don't. God has the ultimate trial system.
Is she in there?
Good. Take that car back to my dad.
Yeah.
What's in the other bag?
Oh, lunch.
What'd you get?
A couple things, like 2 donuts.
Oh, boy. I'm just waiting on South Park to do a Jeffrey Epstein story episode. Hello.
Yeah, Terry gets her and have a break.
Yeah, he's on his way. Bring the car back now.
Okay, I need the receipts then.
He's got the receipts.
Oh, he's here now.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
During the
tonsil surgery, we had to supply you with donor blood. A mistake was made and you were given blood contaminated with HIV. It was a 1 in a billion fluke.
I have AIDS?
Not yet, but we've confirmed that you now have the virus that causes AIDS. We are very sorry.
Sorry? You gave me AIDS and you're sorry?
Oh, my poor little baby!
Mom, you said nothing would go wrong!
Oh, God! Oh, no!
No, this is a joke, right? This is a joke! I can't have AIDS!
We're going to do everything in our power to make this up to you, Eric. For starters, I think I owe you some ice cream.
Son, you're angry? You said I'd be fine! You all said I'd be fine!
Just put some weight on her, focus.
Oh, I was just about to, end the live.
I said Grandpa wants this picture.
Most people don't know this, but one of Indiana's busiest retail hubs is sitting in a city most Americans have never heard of. It's not in Chicago. It's not in Indianapolis either. Yet on weekends, the parking lots look like a stadium just emptied out. Inside, there are national brands, buzzing food courts, seasonal pop-ups, and corridors that stretch so long they feel like an airport terminal. The kind of scale you expect near a skyline, not cornfields. Less than an hour from Chicago, it quietly serves as the go-to shopping destination for Northwest Indiana, often easier than fighting downtown traffic. Opened in the 1970s, South Lake Mall became the retail anchor of the region.
Miss Claus, can I please have a treat? I've been so...
Now.
Look at this little angel. Why'd you hide her from me?
Never thought about it.
Take her downstairs. Carl, your dad ever teach you how to shave? No. Rick ain't over. You shit. Lou, go. We'll be downstairs.
The monster looks like my father again. That's the scariest part.
What do you say to some spaghetti, huh? Used to be your favorite, Lou.
Don't give him a reason, Carl, please.
Let's just get through today. A fool is knocking on the devil's door.
It's this one.
George and I? Of which George is it?
You guys, there's an eye mask built in pop.
Welcome to Airstream.
Come see me, baby, put your ego aside. Come see me, but...
Your face.
I'm pretty good at it. No charge is free.
Day I'll wake and rub my eyes, and in that land beyond the skies, you'll find me.
I'm pretty good at it. No charge is free.
Day I'll wake and rub my eyes, and in that...
I can tell you don't even remember. You're drunk. Quit it.
I'm not sure if this is actually...
Sony's worst nightmare has come to fruition. The PS5 has been jailbroken, and it's down on a hardware level. They can't patch this out with firmware. It's in the chip itself that's in the PlayStation 5s that are already out in the market, and at best they can play whack-a-mole and do like software updates that people will instantly circumvent with this jailbreak, and it's now a nightmare for Sony for probably the rest of this generation. Obviously the new PS5s are going to be updated, they're going to fix this, but there's a lot of PS5s out there already. First and foremost, you get to play game backups, which means that depending on how robust this jailbreak is, you could literally put a Blu-ray disc in your PS5 or another console that's been jailbroken, and you could copy the games right to the SSD and play the games right off the internal storage, so you can pirate games. Another one Sony is not going to like is that you could run emulators, especially because they try to repackage their old games and resell them to you. So if you could just emulate them right on the console, you're not going to be buying those old games. And so that's going to be a real big problem. But Sony's worst nightmare.
This blanket is
Vlad the Impaler, also known as Dracula, was a Christian hero.
I'm pretty good at it. Full charge is free.
If there are other lands past the ice wall, then we'll also been lied to us about. They call it Terra Infinita. A man whispered about hidden corners of the internet, lands untouched by modern greed, unlisted on any official chart, concealed behind a frozen curtain. They tell us is the end.
Look at that. What's that, Riff? My wiener in his face? Alright. My dad would take me to the park just to meet his femboy he's been talking to on Grindr. At the time, my dad didn't have a job, and my mom had to work 24/7 because she had to bring in that cash. I was about 8 years old, and I kept hearing that Grindr notification on his phone, and I was like, Dad, what is that? He was like, don't worry about it, press the button. We gotta go to the park. Would you like to go to the park? And I was like, hell yeah, I'd like to go to the park. So we're driving there, and my dad's phone is just blowing up. It has to be the femboys or whoever the hell he was talking to on that Grindr app. So we get there. He says, go play while he goes sits down on the bench. I'm like, okay, cool, great. So I'm playing, I'm playing with the other kids, I'm sliding. And then I look over at my dad, and there's like 6 skinny twinks. Playing with his hair, being...
That's me, as a dad.
Being fruity. And then my dad walks up to me and goes, Preston, stay here, I'm gonna go, I'll be right back. It's gonna be like 30 minutes. And I was like, okay. So I keep playing with the other kids, and about 2 hours go by. Me left at that park. All the other kids don't went home. I'm still there waiting for my dad. And then he finally shows up, and he picks me up. And then now I realize what he did, which was, that's it. Damn. I his femboy he's been talking to on Grindr. At the time, my dad didn't have a job, and my mom had to work 24/7 because she had to bring in that cat.
You want to be a good boy for mommy?
Hey, what's up, America? Donald Trump tariff rebate for companies, but not the American citizens. Fuck you. So as you know, the Supreme Court...
It doesn't know. On top of the eat, just like domino. Hey, Carl. Get out of here.
So you wanted to get up in the bathroom a bit? Yeah.
A store manager at this Circle K in North Scottsdale found a $12.8 million winning lotto ticket the day after the drawing and bought it for himself. Now, a customer walked into this Scottsdale Circle K the night before Thanksgiving, played their numbers, and left behind $25 in tickets they didn't want, but the store had already printed. That night, one of those tickets hit the 4th largest jackpot in Arizona lottery.
the Simpsons the Epstein files.
You grow up in a
You
city
make your bed.
past
Yeah.
the way to somewhere else. Your mother worked.
What are you doing? And chilling?
That pipe. Oh, these new sheets. Yeah, I have new sheets came with my laundry. And I'll feed my duckies. Did they give you a discount on the laundry? Did they give you a discount on the laundry? Terry.
What?
They give you a discount on the laundry?
No, I asked for it and I said, I'm his cousin. They can't do it to it, and if they do it, they had to do it for everybody.
Oh. I'm trying to figure this out, baby. The other way around. Duckies. Then I'll give you some sunlight, baby, after that. Oh, you know I like my rose powder. I live in royalty. That's enough to get me in royalty. Maybe get me another diaper. I wet this one partially last night. I want a kind of couple femboys to be fruity with. Like Preston's dad. Imagine what my Catholic daughter would have thought, and I took her to the part where I went to her games or whatever. There was a couple ones their age of consent in high school I was being fruity with. 16, 17 years old at school. Like I'd have her bring home the boys and she knew were kind of fruity.
Yeah.
And I had to.
Same blanket? Oh, same?
Yeah, same blanket. And I had the muscle and the dad look, and I'd be grilling out. Her gay friends be looking at dad, and her female friends be looking at dad.
Do you want the bath tomorrow?
Tomorrow sounds good.
Okay.
There's my old diaper. You put some that chases down in this diaper. The chases in the ball that was way over there.
Which
Behind
one?
her, the circular bottle.
This one?
No, the other one, the one down there.
This one?
Yeah, it's chases, but they're down my diaper.
Yeah, $23 for one laundry.
How much laundry?
Not much, but yeah.
Make me in one of those pork chops. 2 of them.
2 of them? You want me to bag the rest up?
Make 2 for my dad, 2 for me. Make mine rare, make his medium rare. Then bag the rest up.
them.
Yeah.
Let me fix yours.
Oh, I have to take my new meds. This will put me to sleep, sweetie pie. And baby gets her sunlight, gets the nourish in it. They look like good chops, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, you know me, my pig's mask and all that. I love my pork. Yeah, I love my steaks. Good cuts of meat. No meal is complete without meat. That's what I tell my vegan friends. Or some of them. The other ones, you get your house car, you get your house firebomb. Some of those vegans, you tell that no meal is complete without meat. So I'm careful what vegans I say that too. You know what I mean? Some of those meat vegans aren't stable in the head. That's like, I can't deal with one. I'd rather fuck them and have them pissed off at me. And then I can teach them like quietly treat them like a veal cutlet instead of mentioning I'm a big meat eater. Just treat them like a veal cutlet. The naked be treated like a piece of meat. Ain't that a good idea, Balzar? Instead of saying no bad word about vegans, just treat the ones I don't want to piss off like a veal cutlet. Pound them like a veal cutlet. Where's my Fanta at? Am I all out of Fanta? Do I have any Fantas left?
What?
Do I have any Fantas left?
Got 3 left.
Give me one of them. I'm thirsty for Fanta.
Waiting for the other ice pack to get done.
Having a good cut of pork today. Pork loin chops, or whatever they are. Thick cut pork. What'd you have for lunch today, Balzar? And get that steak sauce out of the cabinet for my pork chop, please. And put some of it in one of those disposable cups, that steak sauce, so it's easier to dip and pour for me.
Cut it up for you?
Yeah.
Is that done for you?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Look at that meat bells are. Look how good it looks. All right, I'm done with my plate.
Oh boy.
Put the rest of the sauce back in the jar, please.
I'm getting hungry.
Take my after lunch prednisone. Take your time, take my prednisone. Oh boy.
Did you take medicine?
Yep, and I took my prednisone. I got medicine last night for my lungs. I went to the doctor and I'm taking it out of the package. They had to have it timed. And I'm taking my lung medicine now. My steroid.
How do you like it?
It says that you eat it.
Good. Ow, it's spoiled that. It's like how I like spoiling baby. She's the queen.
You know, she's the queen, I'm the king. Ain't that right, Balthazar? You make me up some coffee, please?
Okay.
Here comes ducks. My precious ducks. My precious ducks. And here comes the birds. Right after the ducks arrived, the birds flew in. And here comes the ducks running in. Thanks. Oh, what the heck? Oh, you need to take this receipt over to my dad.
What?
This receipt for my cigarettes and the laundry. Or the receipt from the cigarettes. You need to take it to my dad because it came from my bank card.
You left pork chops.
You love the pork chops?
Yeah.
Can you clean my glasses for me, please?
What?
Could you bring in a rag with rubbing alcohol and clean my glasses in here, please? There should be rubbing alcohol in the middle closet. Or even something like hydrogen peroxide. Right, just get a get a paper towel and bring it in here with some water on one end and dry on the other.
This side wet.
Yeah, I need
Oh.
Then you go and close the blinds. That light's getting to me. I just want to get some vitamin D.
And then you go to eye doctor get new glasses.
Yeah, I need to go to eye doctor too. These are from 2018.
Damn.
No wonder I can't see. Can you turn my fan back on, please? Can you empty out my ashtray, please?
What?
Can you empty out my ashtray, please? Thanks. some cones. Some cones. Can you open this for me? It's the cheapest cones I could find.
What?
These were the cheapest cones I could find. For rolling up, you know what? I said I'll have a whole cone today. I get fried out of my mind for a weekend. Thanks. I knew my glasses would fall off.
good?
Yeah, I'm good. Just getting ready to open some Godfather OG.
See you in the morning.
Here, I got a gift for you. Get yourself a now.
Huh?
I got a gift for you since you've been doing so good. Get yourself a now.
See you in the morning.
See you in the morning. Trying to get stoned. I am on cloud nine. There we go. Now Joshy's feeling better.
The Army's a broadsword, not a scalpel. Trust me.
I just met somebody today whose member of a family became a dog. And this is taking PDS to the next level. There are cases where a person's bones have been taken out of the body. They are, all intents and purposes, set up as a ragdoll and are not able to move. They are fed through a tube to keep them alive. And before anybody says you can't take out all the bone and the structure, there is a way to remove the majority of your bones in a process which allows the skin and the organs and the muscles and indeed the splattering of a small amount of bones to keep the structure in place. And there are some replacement things put in to keep a bit of shape. But these women, for all intents and purposes, are dull and are kept alive until the tube is taken out. There are many paedophiles who take young women and get them to bear babies, and those children never get released from the system. This is not about Andrew. This is not about Epstein files. This is about all of our society doing this. Are we allowed these billionaires to get away with it?
I'm declaring war on fat gay kids. Not the kids themselves, but whatever's making them so fat, gay, and pathetic. I'm declaring war on fat gay kids. Not the kids themselves, but you would rather to have your money stolen from you. Wow. You said that getting your money stolen is worse than that. Why? Because you're gonna go get high and get over it. So you're telling me that you would rather get than you would get your money stolen? What? I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say that, Mickey. That you would rather get to have your money stolen from you.
Do you really want to stand out if AI influence a lot?
Listen, boy, that's not what you're about to do. Like I said, I'm gonna get the police here. Let's go tell her, alright? So how long has he been tracking kids? Stop trying to put your hood up. How long has he been tracking kids?
Hey, what's up, America? Fake-ass Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. So the grandson of the inventor of the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup is now slamming Hershey's, the company that makes them, for putting fake ingredients in the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Upon looking at the ingredient list, the grandson now says that Reese's Peanut Butter Cups are nothing but vegetable oils and fats. And apparently the company Hershey's have been replacing the candy's ingredients quietly for years. So the grandson of the inventor of Reese's Peanut Butter Cups said that he went to buy a bag and he took a couple of bites of the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup and he was disgusted by it and had to throw the bag in the garbage. Apparently the company Hershey's had changed the ingredients of the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup quietly without telling anybody to cheaper, lower quality ingredients. So the grandson says, quote, my grandfather, H.B. Reese's, who invented Reese's, built Reese's on a simple, enduring architecture.
What is this? TikTok's official. Will they get a chicken sandwich and a large Coke? And commerce is booming. And
like,
She's okay, right?
she's just like, we try to make it work for the most part, though, like, we make it all work, but as you can see, like, it's all along with shit. Like, we get frustrated. I mean, we're at the bottom down there.
Don't you get nervous when having the uncapped syringes like stepping on them or something?
You know, for the most part, I try to tell people, right?
Welcome to Manila's red light district, built around the
Damn! Found a woman of my dreams. Yep, vibing Saturday. I got a cone all rolled up. My Godfather OG just sitting here enjoying a cigarette. The antibiotics and steroids are working. Feeling better, feeling a lot extra energy. She didn't produce a whole bunch of steroids, so I feel a little bit extra energy from the steroids. Kind of can get grumpy easily, but at least I'm a little energetic. They're making me energetic and a little peppy. Sitting here on my computer, I rehooked up my old computer, my brother's computer, to survive the heat thing, and listen to classical 20s and 30s music. Had good old slices of pork for dinner, for lunch, and 2 thick slices of pork, real good sizes of pork, and then sent 2 slices home over my dad's. an impact score of 8 out of 10. Oh, I'm fried. Balzar? Oh, that felt good. I bet you're gonna party tonight, Balzar. Aren't you? Yeah. I'm stoned. See, I got cones. And Uncle Godfather OG. Oh, I'm so out of it. And baby's right down there, so loyal. She is my queen. She is just the queen. I mean, she is a queen. Hey Balzar, I see DraftKings has a casino. How about you fund me a little bit to go to the casino? Like $20 to go to the casino on DraftKings. Since you go to the casino, I go DraftKings casino. Since every type of sport I bet in's over with, then on Saturdays after everyone leaves, I go to the casino. DraftKings casino. And see what I can get. And just pay the cheap slot machines. And then once I make enough of a gang, I quit. Then put the rest of the 20 back for that, and then just have the gang. And once I start losing, I stop, and then learn the algorithm, and then stop once I start losing money, and put the rest of the game of money back for the next time. Say it up so I play bigger games, then take my profits and buy me a little treat.
looking so beautiful in this dress.
Y'all have been to cozy, buddy. Yeah, just you and me. The best.
cut me off to take my parking spot, so be it.
Do everything I say for 24 hours and say yes, Princess Harriet, every time. Now put your servant dress on and fetch me a drink. Here you go, Princess Harriet. Why, thank you. Now clean my whole entire room and tidy everything up. Yes, Princess Harriet. Good work, servant. When you've finished, meet me out by the sun lounger. Yes, Princess Harriet. Ah, this is the life. After this, you're gonna paint my nails for me. Whatever you say, Princess Harriet. Thank you, servant. My nails look amazing and green to match my dress. Now, I'm gonna paint yours pink. You have to do everything I say for 24 hours and say yes, Princess Harriet, every time. Now put your servant dress on and fetch me.
What is the
This magical
sometimes in the moment you kind of get stuck. The Pillar is reporting that the Vatican is set to announce that they will finally beatify Fulton Sheen after the process was delayed for nearly 7 years. So why has there been such a delay? Just 3 weeks before his scheduled beatification in 2019, the ceremony was paused. This was due to concerns from New York bishops that Sheen might be named in an upcoming State Attorney General's report on clergy abuse. That report has since been addressed, and Sheen's record has been defended as exemplary. A major hurdle was cleared on January 7, 2026, when Pope Leo XIV accepted the resignation of Bishop Salvatore Matano of Rochester. Bishop Matano was the figure who originally requested the 2019 election. There was a strong push to have the ceremony occur during 2026 to coincide with the 250th anniversary of the United States, framing Sheen as a prophet for America's soul. Many Catholics have wondered if Sheen's style was preventing his cause from moving forward. He spoke very clearly about sin and hell, themes that became less popular in the Spirit that U2 era. One of Peter's miracle attributed to his intercession, there have been countless other claims. Thousands of people have claimed a revergence to the faith or sudden healings of addiction after watching his old Life is Worth Living tapes. The Archbishop Fulton John Sheen Foundation has been collecting these reports. I believe he likely has another miracle that could set him on the road to full canonization. So what do you think? Did you see this day coming? I was sorry to lose hope. The Pillar is reporting that the Vatican is set to announce that they will finally be
25, unemployed, and obsessed with acting like a 2-year-old baby. Her room is a giant movie wonderland filled with
How come we were never told about this? King James Version? Proverbs?
There's a 12th century sector, many consider to be the unofficial sense of male love. Elred of Reba. You hear a lot about the male loneliness epidemic where men feel unable to be vulnerable or make deep connections.
Follow me, thank you. Okay, you hold up. What's your name? My name's Cliff.
Okay, enough TikTok for today.
Those main focus first.
Like what?
Like the hero.
That's what you are.
I love Saudi Arabia. The people of Saudi Arabia are awesome. The Saudis, they seem here, but they're a bunch of dirty old men. That's why they're so kind and public in America. They know they got freedom over here and the money to have freedom. And that's why they invest in so much in America. They come over here to have fun and party. There's just things in America they can't do in Saudi Arabia. That's why all those billionaire and trillionaire Saudi royals invest heavily in American properties. Trust me. They like to have fun too. They just got to have fun where it won't get their head chopped off. They turn a blind eye as long as they keep it in America. Just give me alerts. Don't give me a message on Facebook. First message in a long time. Where's Facebook? Messenger. You know, this. Alright, Dad, no. Belzar, you in here?
And I love you, buddy.
Night night.
Good night, my loves.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you too, sweetie.
Me too.
And I love you, buddy.
Night night.
Good night, my loves.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you too, sweetie.
Me too.
And I love you, buddy.
Night night.
Good night, my loves.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you too, sweetie.
Me too.
And I love you, buddy.
Night night.
Good night, my loves.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you too, sweetie.
Me too.
And I love you, buddy.
Night night.
Good night, my loves.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you too, sweetie.
Me too.
And I love you, buddy.
Night night.
Good night, my loves.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you too, sweetie.
Me too.
And I love you, buddy.
Night night.
Good morning, buddy.
Morning, Dad. I love you.
I love you both so much. Good morning, buddy.
Morning, Dad. I love you.
I love you both so much.
You know, that goes on for another about 2.5 years. And I was up at his house one weekend with a younger friend of mine.
While other girls blushed at the sight of their budding breasts, she already knew how to use her body to arouse men's desire. A childish frame paired with a cold, alluring face, this stark contrast made her infamous in the adult world at a tender age. She posed naked for a pornographic magazine at 11. By 12, she was forced into filming explicit adult movies. And the mastermind behind all of this was her own mother. Alita obeyed, if only to hold onto her mother's attention. But her mother, Hannah, only grew more greedy. She filmed Alita even when she slept or changed clothes. Every time Alita tried to resist, Hannah soothed her with cheap, performative motherly love. After her great-grandmother passed away, Alita lost her only anchor in the world. Her always out-of-place clothes caught the attention of social services, launching an investigation. It was then that Alita made a shocking discovery. Hannah was the product of an incestuous relationship between her grandfather and his own daughter. A twisted childhood had left Alita unable to understand what real love was, yet that very twistedness had been passed down to her by her mother. Finally, Alita saw Hannah for who she truly was, and her mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. She was sent to a juvenile detention center for theft in the end. Hannah came to visit her, still carrying a lace dress for her, but Alita didn't look back. She climbed out the window and ran away, while other girls blushed at the sight of their button.
I just did a quick pop-up. What is actually? This was my follower count before bed last night.
I'm going to take a DNA release break.